to do that. Please discuss it with us.
Can I? Yes, reflect on that, because that's a very good point. Deregulation, that is also one of the topics for the Polish presidency, and I know also for the Danish presidency coming ahead. Simply that, not specifically for research, because that I don't know, but I know that quite many companies complain about overburdened expectations from the regulation side in the European Union, and this is probably, that's my private opinion, that's it's probably natural that every commissioner or every person is producing
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So I am connected now, so I can speak. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's third and truly exciting event. And thank you very much for being here. You can imagine that when we were thinking about the subject of our open conference, we couldn't expect the development in what happened later. So it is even more interesting and exciting at the moment. So let me also welcome online participants. So we have much more people present now at this meeting. And I need to say that it's my great privilege to speak with you about a region that may seem remote, yet is deeply connected to our shared future. We mean the Arctic. And before we turn to today's topic, let me just briefly introduce ALLEA, because as I mentioned, we have a number of participants who are not related to ALLEA at all. So just in 2 words, ALLEA is the European Federation of Academies of Sciences and Humanities. We bring together, and listen carefully, 60 academies at the moment, so it is a new development. So we used to be 59, so we usually used to say that we are almost 60, now we are 60, which is very important, from 39 countries. And this is our strength, we represent all scientific disciplines. We also go far beyond European Union, which is also our a strong point, and we work somewhere on the crossroads of science, policy, society, advocating for science as a global public good, and supporting international collaboration. We used to work as science advisor to European Union, and in some cases also to various governments, and at national level. So this is more or less the role of ALLEA as such. So we try to coordinate the cooperation among our 60 academies, and I think it is a strong voice within Europe. So let me now go to our major subjects, so why we are focusing on the Arctic today. And when most people think of the Arctic, they picture icy landscapes, polar bears, or the northern lights. This is, of course, very beautiful areas. But what's often overlooked is how vital this region is to Europe, and how Europe, in turn, plays a crucial role in shaping the Arctic's future. And this symposium explores that connection, the bridge between science and diplomacy, and how Europe engages with the Arctic, not only through observation, but through action. So let's start. I will be very brief, because then the subject will be introduced by an expert in the field. I will tell about it a bit later. So let's start with science. So European countries, including Denmark, but also Norway, Finland, Sweden, Germany, the UK, are leaders in the Arctic research. And let's name just initiatives like the European Space Agency and the Copernicus program, which provide real-time satellite data on ice melt, temperature change, and environmental impacts. That's probably one of my roles here as well, so I need to highlight also Polish long-standing contribution to Arctic science. It so happens that in my second life, I am the director of the Institute of Geophysics of Polish Academy of Sciences, which is the operator of the Polish Polar Station in Horsund, already mentioned by Mrs. Ambassador Dębska. And I have seen first-hand dedication of our scientists who conduct year-round research on glaciers, permafrost, meteorology, ecology, biology, and we can name a lot of other fields. And as mentioned before, Poland has been active in Arctic exploration since 1957. And I believe that our data plays a vital role in understanding climate trends, especially as the Arctic warms nearly, and this is very important, 4 times faster than the global average. And this is what we observe at the moment, and it's really hard to believe. This is why it's such a good polygon to observe nature. At the European level, programs like Horizon Europe are turning research into solutions, from sustainable energy for Arctic communities to strategies for climate adaptation and biodiversity preservation. And what I just want to say that science alone is not enough. Diplomacy is just as crucial as science is. And the Arctic is a shared space with no single nation in control, which is very important to stress. Decisions made there affect the entire world, and that's why international cooperation is essential. The Arctic Council is the key forum for such dialogue. While not all European states are full members, many, including the EU, participate as observers, contributing knowledge, funding, and advocacy for indigenous rights and environmental stewardships. So where does the EU stand? The European Union has made clear its commitment to being a responsible and proactive partner in the Arctic. Its Arctic policy prioritizes environmental protection, sustainable development, and international collaboration, aligning with the broader EU goal of becoming the world's first climate-neutral continent, and I hope this will stay valid also in the future. However, and this is what we need to stress, significant challenges lie ahead. The war in Ukraine has reshaped geopolitical dynamics. Russia, the largest Arctic stakeholder, is increasingly isolated, affecting scientific cooperation and raising tensions. This is the question for us, how to solve important scientific questions without Russia. Shifting US policies also bring unpredictability. Meanwhile, melting ice is opening new shipping routes and access to natural resources, raising risks of conflict and ecological harm. So this is also, and I would like to stress, because we need to look for some optimistic outcomes, this is also a moment for opportunity. Europe can lead by choosing values over short-term interests, like sustainability over exploitation, like cooperation over confrontation, knowledge over speculation. And that's what I believe it's a real challenge for us. Let me also mention former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who said that the Arctic is a barometer of climate change. What happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. And I think this is not just a warning, it's a call to action for all of us. In the face of global warming and geopolitical uncertainty, the Arctic challenges our responsibility and unity. And just to stress, through science we understand the problem, but through diplomacy we shape the solution. And that's more or less all from my side. I, with my great pleasure, would like to hand it over to a specialist, Dr. Monika Szkarłat, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Political Science at the University in Lublin, and an expert in international relations and Arctic diplomacy. She will set the scene and introduce our distinguished speakers in her talk. Monika, the floor is yours. I wish you a thought-provoking and inspiring discussion. I believe this is the subject that deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to express my sincere thanks to inviting me to participate in this gathering. And it's an honor for me to be included among such a distinguished scientific community. Just referring to what Mr. President just said about the Arctic, because it was much said and written about Arctic exceptionalism, and in recent times there were arguments, claims that it's over, that it's the end of Arctic exceptionalism. I wouldn't say that. I think that this characteristic of the Arctic is just changing. We'll experience, and we already experience, a different type, but still, of exceptionalism of this region. In terms of course, diplomacy, but also in terms of hard sciences, natural sciences, and from this perspective. Before I go to a very short address that I prepared for today, I would like to refer in just one or two sentences to what was said in the session before, because you spoke about funding, you spoke about priorities, research priorities, and how science is changing due to also geopolitical tensions. So what I would like to express and also emphasize, in our small scientific bubble, which is polar research, we are also right now in a very active and intense process of defining new research priorities. I have to look into my notes because the name of the process is very long. It's International Conference on Arctic Research Planning, and we are divided as a community into research priority teams. I'm also fortunate to be a member of the RPT4, which is responsible for scientific cooperation and diplomacy. And so, as mentioned, we are right now in the process of the same discussions, how research is going to be changed, and what sort of priorities we should, and what sort of also research gaps we should include for the next 10 years. Because we are also preparing with this ICARP-4 process, we are preparing for International Polar Year. So it's a long-lasting process, but we also focus on comparable issues in our community. Today, I would like to shortly address a few words concerning the changes that are occurring in the Arctic, and the key word that came to my mind was trust. And so I have heard from researchers working in polar regions that, mainly from natural sciences, that trust is a very foundation of, safe and effective field work. And so in the aftermath of Russian invasion of Ukraine and scientific community's initial responses, I decided, as a social scientist, to take a survey and ask my colleagues who conduct fieldwork in the Arctic, well, how the Arctic research is going to be changed, and especially how scientific cooperation is going to be changed when the war is over. And so each of them, almost each of them, told me that a return to cooperation will not be easy, because trust will need to be rebuilt, and this takes time. So, like in every crisis or conflict, all those situations bring rise in uncertainty, the unknown, and decline in trust. The literature on science diplomacy offers numerous examples of mutual benefits derived from the interaction between science and foreign policy or international policy. Well, as it was already mentioned, science provides knowledge to decision-making processes, thereby legitimizing and, at least in theory, making such decisions trustworthy or more trustworthy in the eyes of the general public. But scientific cooperation also constitutes a form of so-called track-to diplomacy, whereby dialogue and cooperation between scientists from conflicting countries may become the only channel of communication, especially when diplomacy and diplomatic relations are severed. If we speak about the current geopolitical shift, which we are also observing in the Arctic, this situation is marked by increased emphasis on competition within science diplomacy at the expense of cooperative dimension of science diplomacy. This transformation is also characterized by a focus on narrow national interests and state-centric approach to international cooperation, and consequently, a more visible instrumentalization of science by foreign policy and also security policy. These developments also erode trust and negatively affect scientific collaboration in the Arctic. A simplistic division into us and them is undergoing a process of bifurcation, whereby even among like-minded actors, tensions and divisions are deepening, which is illustrated right now by recent frictions between Washington and Europe. For instance, over Greenland or the Trump's administration science policy reform. The subordination of scientific goals and activities to national security and military or intelligence priorities compels us to consider the consequences of securitization of science. I use this term by purpose because we are in Copenhagen, and the Copenhagen School to IR introduced this term to international relations theory. So I just by purpose avoid the term research security here. So a consequence of securitization of science is, for instance, the dual use risk of the research outcomes or intellectual property infringements. Recent events oblige us to reflect critically on boundaries and implications of such interferences. Already mentioned a redefinition of academic freedom and freedom of expression, and the need to revisit and debate the practical meaning of open science. Contemporary science, in its relationship with the broader society, faces a number of challenges. Some of these, one might argue, take the form of critical junctures. For example, increasing control and subordination of scientific activity to objectives of sectoral policies, monetization of science, or privatization of the outcomes results of science. The current historical moment demands that we as researchers recognize the international scientific cooperation may pose risk to national security. Science has long been an arena of competition, but now it acquires an additional dimension related to state security. Technological advancement, especially in fast-moving and competitive fields such as AI, semiconductors, satellite technologies, confirms the competitive nature of science. and indeed that science itself may become an area of geopolitical rivalry. But on the other hand, in the case of the Arctic, new methods of data collection are increasingly viewed as a means of continuation of research, especially with the lack, or in the case of the lack of physical access to the fieldwork, which we right now face. Yet, as is typically during all crises, the demand for expert knowledge in national and international decision-making is growing. The COVID-19 pandemic illustrated this vividly, as does the current functioning of the Arctic Council, where the modus vivendi of this institution right now rests in the expert activity in its working groups. Does this mean that scientists and experts are becoming active agenda setters in policy making? Does society place greater trust in experts because of that? And crucially, are we as scientists aware of processes in which we are participating? This is an especially challenging time for the Arctic, for those who live there, and for the Arctic research. Scientific research in the Arctic cannot be conducted without international cooperation. And international cooperation is impossible without trust. Let us remember just how essential it truly is. And this leads me to the topic of our today's session, and also to the speech of our first panelist. So the topic is research in the Arctic and the need for global cooperation. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Lise Ovreas from Norway, who serves as a vice president of the European Academy's Science Advisory Council. She is a professor in geomicrobiology at the University of Bergen, and also she is a former president of the Norwegian Academy of Sciences and Letters. Please, Lise.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction, and thank you for inviting me here to talk about this topic. It's a huge topic, and I hope that I will take you through this area in these 30 minutes. I have, for more than 25 years, I've done fieldworks in the Arctic and science in the Arctic. When I started with the Arctic research, I was thinking that it was just going to be once, and then I was just hooked. So I've been going back for so long. And I also thought I was going in the Arctic to study biology and diversity, and that was going to be super easy to describe, and that's it. But the fascination of the diversity and processes going on in the Arctic has been really interesting. It's also, for the last year, I've been president of the Academy of Science and Letters in Norway, and also in ESEC, so I've started also to work quite a bit with science diplomacy and also science advice for policy and decision making. So today's the topic or today's presentation, I will start with giving an overview of Europe and the Arctic as a distinct but yet interconnected region. I will try to discuss a little bit of the importance of Arctic governance, the significance of their relationships in an era of climate change and the geopolitical shift that we just heard about. And then I'll have a brief overview of science diplomacy and its role in this international cooperation. So I hope that you will understand the depth and impact of these connections, and also I will try to convince you why revitalizing Arctic science and diplomacy matters now more than ever. So I assume that not all of you are connected to the Arctic that are in this room, so I will just start with this brief overview. Europe and the Arctic, it is distinct, but it's yet interconnected. The Arctic is part of Europe. It's a region that holds profound significance for the entire planet. I'll come back to that later. The temperature in the Arctic is rising 4 times the global average, giving the region a crucial role in understanding how the climate is changing. But it's also a region where 4 million people live, including many indigenous countries, and that's also very important in this. It's also very rich in natural resources. I guess you all have heard about that lately. So, but this comes from food, the fish, the ocean, but it's also including minerals, and that's the high interest in that. So this working in the Arctic and governing the Arctic require knowledge-based management for sustainability. It's also a region where 3 continents are joined, so it's quite a complex area. For those of you that don't see this, this is the Arctic region. This is the North Pole. The region is in water, so it's ice covered up here. This map shows different color codes. So the dark blue is the high Arctic, the lighter blue is low Arctic, and then the light blue is subarctic. Greenland is huge area here. This is Svalbard. Norway is also part of the Arctic. The Arctic, there are several definitions of the Arctic. Some of the most common definitions are the Arctic circles. This dotted line here, that's 66 degree north, and that's the southernmost latitude where you have the midnight sun. So that's one definition of the Arctic. And then you have this yellow border here. That's the 10 degrees Celsius July isotherm. So this says something about the temperature, the highest temperature in the summer. So, and then you see a lot of other different definitions. But this is the area that we are talking about. So which states and countries are we talking about? Within the Arctic, we have 8 Arctic states. And these states refer to the nation that have territory within the Arctic Circle. And you can see the Arctic states here. It's Canada, it's Denmark with Faroe Island and Greenland, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Russia, and United States. So that's the Arctic state that is in the region. And collectively, these play a significant role in shaping policies and initiatives related to the Arctic. Affairs including environmental conservation, resource management, and indigenous rights and scientific research. So I'm from Norway, and most of my research have been actually in Svalbard, but just to set, from my point of view and from Norway's point of view, the Arctic is really a top priority, and it has been for many years. 10% of Norway's population live in the Arctic. We have border to Russia. This adds a security dimension to the system. The Norwegian economy is very dependent on the Arctic, primarily based on resources from the ocean. And our ocean territory is 5 times the size of our land area. This means that 80% of these waters are also in the Arctic region. So for Norway, it has been very important to striking the right balance between environmental protection and economic and social development in the Arctic, and that's why it has very high national priority. So if we go into the geopolitics in North, there is a growing number of policymakers and industry leaders worldwide that have shifted their focus towards the Arctic and the circumpolar North at the moment. So this intensified attention is driven by a range of critical issues that we all are aware of now, including the climate change, loss of biodiversity, competition for the resources, the vulnerability of the Arctic environments and the northern communities, and also cultivation of local and indigenous knowledge, and the emerging of new transportation routes. If the ice melts in the Arctic, you could also have a lot of new transport routes in this area. It is also a region where we've had a long tradition of international collaborations back to the 19th century, and it has preserved regardless of political conditions, and it has become notably more pronounced in recent decades. And also following the conclusion of the Cold War, a host of initiatives aimed at fostering collaborative research in the Arctic was also materialized. So examples for this are the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategies that was active from 1991 to 96, and also the establishment of International Arctic Science Committee in 1990. So, and then also the Arctic Council, which is an international organization that extends a standing invitation to the indigenous peoples of the Arctic to participate as the permanent members of this collaborative venue. So it has a long tradition in collaborating in this region. So when it comes to science diplomacy and its role in international corporations, I would like to phrase it maybe another way, the shared environmental ecosystem. So from the people working with the ecosystems dynamics, that has been seen that these systems don't see the borders, so we need to collaborate on this. And this is also, as Monica was mentioning, the foundation for the Arctic exceptionalisms and modern Arctic science diplomacy started really when scientists jointly found and agreed upon the fact that all toxins, that was the first study that really joined forces, and other environmental pollutants migrated across borders. So they didn't stop at borders, so the importance of collaborating also including it didn't stop at the Iron Curtain and also other parts of the world. So another example is also the agreement of the conservation of the polar bears that was established in 1973 between 5 Arctic states, Canada, Greenland, Norway, USA, and Russia, aimed to protect the polar bears' living area and environment through coordinated measurements between these countries. So these are some of examples of some of the projects that has been important in this area. The Arctic is really influenced of the European climate, weather patterns, and ocean currents. And it's also cross-border impacts of melting ice sheet, rising sea level, and ecosystem shifts. And another issue is also, of course, the role of Arctic biodiversity and conservation effort of European environmental policies. So this has been then bottom-up initiatives where researchers have collaborated on pressing and similar issues. But also lately we have been working more with the academy and trying to join forces in making scientific reports. I just show one example from the ESEC report that we made. It's called A Sea of Change, Europe's Future in the Arctic Realm, looking in how the changes in the Arctic have effects on melting water, rise of sea level, etc. So this is a long report. I'll just do a very, very short take-home message. In the report, it's something about what we must prepare for and avoid. If you look at the Paris-like scenario in year 2100, and we have a sea surface temperature of +2 degrees Celsius, the sea level rise will be up to 1 meter. If we have a high emission scenario in year 2100, sea surface temperature might be +4 degrees, which meaning a sea level rise in 1/2 to 2 meter. So also what this image here shows is this blue area here would be flooded then by 1 meter sea level rise. So this is some of the way that join forces to also extract the data and put it into a report like this. So historic and scientific connections. We have this phrase saying that what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. So the climate change, the sea level rise, etc., is really going on in the Arctic, but it will really affect the entire planet. So this is also important to keep in mind. So the Arctic will be ice-free by the late 2030, and then it will weakening the Arctic's function of being the fridge or the global cooling system, and this will have global consequences far away. Millions of people are expected then to live in areas where that will be flooded. So this is one of the reasons why this climate change is then a security risk, and it multiplies globally. So that's another issue, and it has direct impact on Europe. And I have seen, I mean, since I was part of ESAC, the European Academy Science Advisory Council, I have seen in the beginning when I started, Arctic was very seldom commented on when we looked into these report mechanisms. But now we see that it's very important. Yes, so then it's important with the environmental monitoring and scientific research help monitor these changes, and these changes and these results is important to provide and give these evidence-based advice to policymakers, and also exploration and science collaboration between Europe and the Arctic is also very important. And of course, the indigenous knowledge that has been also put a big focus on lately, and that's also important from the European scientific perspectives. So it's if you look into the research trends in the Arctic, it has been going on long back, but now it's becoming more organized mechanisms to try to look at this. One of these is the University of the Arctic, which is a network of university, college, research institutions, and other organizations that is concerned with education and research in and above the North. So mostly it's earth and environmental science that are the two largest areas where this research is happening, and US is the largest Arctic research nation at the moment. Canada and Russia are the second and third largest, followed by Norway and Sweden. The EU Arctic Institution are central actors in Arctic research globally, and researchers from Arctic Council observer nations are also financing a substantial amount of the activity going on in the Arctic. So this is important collaborations that is needed to initiate some of the research, but also have the look at the overview and what's going on in this area. And then, of course, it's the Arctic Council, which is a very important part in this area. The Arctic Council is an intergovernmental forum. It was established in 1996. To promote cooperation, coordination, and interacting among Arctic states, Arctic indigenous peoples, and other Arctic inhabitants on issues of sustainable development and environmental protection. It focuses on issues like climate change, ocean health, and the well-being of people living in the Arctic. So it's an international organization that extends a standing invitation to the indigenous people of the Arctic to participate as permanent member in a collaborative venture. So the Council grants observer status to a diverse array of entities encompassing non-Arctic nations, intergovernmental and interparliament organizations, both on a global and regional scale, as well as non-governmental organizations. So the Arctic Council is not directly involved in the research, but they have working groups synthesizing research and general policy briefs, and this way they are central in science to policy in the Arctic. So all the Arctic states are members in this, and also 6 organizations representing Arctic indigenous people have status as permanent participants, working groups, and expert groups. So I think you all mentioned this just briefly. So Norway concluded the chairship of Arctic Council in May 2025, and Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark chairship took over with Vivian Motzfeldt, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Research for Greenland, and incoming chairs of the Arctic Council on this picture. So Espen Barth Eide from Norway, handing over to Vivian Motzfeldt in Greenland. The Kingdom of Denmark have identified 5 priority areas focused on during their chairship, and I was very happy to read that this is what they're going to focus on. Probably also some of the geopolicy needs to be put into this. But I think I'm very happy with this, the continuation of the Arctic Council. If we go to the look into the science diplomacy and define the science diplomacy, for me, I had to dive into this a bit, and then I was finding the science diplomacy can be described and categorized in many ways, but the Royal Society London has one whole publication on this from 2010, where they identify 3 different types of science diplomacy, and then they also made a quote that it's important in science to have this diplomacy, and they started before even the politicians started with this. So that's kind of funny. I really recommend to read this. But just to summarize, so this is the quote, the Royal Society has a long history of using science to rise above military conflict and political and cultural difference. My post, this is this Foreign Secretary of the Royal Society, was instituted in 1723, nearly 60 years before British government appointed this first Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, which I found quite interesting. And then it's a quote here by Hillary Clinton: "Science diplomacy and science and technology cooperation is one of our most effective ways of influencing and assisting other nations and creating real bridges between the United States and counterparts." So we can just hope that we can go back to this. But the take-home message here is that the conclusions from this is that there are 3 dimensions of science diplomacy. It's informing foreign, which is in this very little bracket here, but it's informing foreign policy objectives with scientific advice, which is referred to as science in diplomacy. And then it's facilitating international science cooperation, which is diplomacy for science. And then using science cooperation to improve international relations between countries, science for diplomacy. And then one example is the Interact project, which is a bottom-up initiative. It's the largest terrestrial infrastructures in the Arctic. It's called International Network for Terrestrial Research and Monitoring in the Arctic. It's an infrastructure project, and it has 74 terrestrial field bases, with an additional 21 research stations in Russia, which is on pause now. So you see on the map, these dots that are light gray are all that are in pause. But before the Russian invasion, you could see that this was a fantastic network of research stations and research network that was collaborating on important topics through this network. So Svalbard, Alaska, Greenland, Faroe Islands, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Russia, Sweden, and Canada. So really, really nice network. It was a publication that came earlier this year, The Rise and Fall of Science Diplomacy in the Arctic, from the Interact experience, and where they really see how this invasion of Ukraine and the war has interacted on this whole situation. And they also do a summary of the 3 dimensions for science diplomacy. So this is the 3 definitions that was made by the Royal Society. So then diplomacy for science, it's the facilitating international science cooperation. And they say from the Interact example, this was building a pan-Arctic network from 9 to 90 research stations and making connection between network and contribution to forming new network. And then the science for diplomacy was then that it opened up the Arctic to the rest of the world through transnational access. So all this was done accessible for everybody. And then changing perceptions and empowering future generations. And then the science in diplomacy was then contributing to societal challenges and sustainable development goals, contribute to global and regional assessment, advising and work with national governments from field experiments to international law, working with indigenous people and other Arctic residents, and planning future international Arctic research. So they are really quite disappointed with the outcome of all that was built up before this. So if we go to then the geopolitical and economic interdependence, we see that it's very important with the resource management in the future, also for fisheries, energy, and sustainable development. It's the European strategic interest in Arctic security and stability is also very important. Non-Arctic European nation growing involvements in Arctic affairs. We see that very much in Svalbard, that their interest in coming there from many other regions are high. Then we have geopolitical challenges and tensions that can affect the scientific cooperation in the Arctic, especially regarding the relationship between Russia and Western country. That's also something we see in Svalbard, where the Russian settlements, the collaboration that used to be in the university center, now it is very much stopped and on hold. And then also the opportunity for diplomacy and explore how science can act as a bridge in times of geopolitical tension, have we already also mentioned here. But we need to keep strengthening the collaboration in science and policy. And I think then the role of EU Arctic Initiative and the international science cooperation is important, and we need to keep going with that. Data sharing and joint research programs on climate and biodiversity and ocean studies is, of course, very important these days, especially also when the US have restrictions on a lot of the data set and also the models that is important in the ways time to come. And so EU, I think we are at the place now when EU actually has and should take the opportunity to take leadership in this disruptive time on these issues here and create a window for new thinking in Arctic science cooperation. And I think we need new models to co-creation and other types of local participation and flipping the model thinking. We also see a lot of these heavy infrastructures is not as popular anymore. I mean, it's a lot of data gathering by using drones and not being and satellites not being in the field. So that is also something we need to think of. And the importance of this data sharing is very, very, very important. This is just a little bit to say polar and Svalbard research or publication. Norway is by far the largest nation in terms of scientific publication related to Svalbard because we have all this, scientists active in the area. In 2022, we had twice as many publications as the second largest nation, Poland, and that was followed by Russia. But all other important contributors include Germany, the USA, UK, and China. And China has really ramped up the last couple of years. Yes, so that's it is. The countries in the region, of course, add most into this data set, and that's also quite important. Just to sum up what bits and pieces I've been talking about. There are some critical issues and opportunities in the Arctic region. I think, again, the division between the Western Arctic and Russian Arctic, along with the growing interest from non-Arctic countries like China, indeed complicates the dynamics, and I have some key points that I would like to emphasize. It is the geopolitical fragmentation. So again, the division between Western and Russian regions, along with increased interest from non-Arctic countries, threatens the collaboration as we have used to see it from before. And I see where also Norway is very much changing directions and collaborate more with Canada and US. We have this what I said, the historical imperfection, even before 2022, Arctic collaboration faced challenges. It wasn't easy, but including these imperfect science programs, it was still a balance between growth and protection and limitation in indigenous influence and cross-border collaboration. And I think it really takes a long time to build up the trust and the collaboration. And after now, I think it will take a very long time to get back to where we were. The role of the Arctic Council, despite it's challenging at the moment, I think it's really important that we continue and have trust in that they can do an important. We really need someone that can work in this challenging area. So balance between we need this as a platform for cooperation among the states and the indigenous representatives. Future directions, I think we need an inclusive and resilient collaboration. We need to move towards a more inclusive and resilient area of Arctic exceptionalism, especially with the upcoming 5th International Polar Year. That will be in 2032, 33. That was one of the really first initiative that was taken in the global Arctic, polar region, global polar region. So the first International Polar Year. So I hope this will also make a lot of initiative in strengthening the collaboration in the future. We need to secure long-term funding in this region. EU have really funded very few projects, a few large projects, but I also think maybe we need more. But I think we should probably hear from the panel what kind of research is important. Where should we go? Because we don't want to go in all directions here. But I think that would be a strategic role for EU. It would be essential here. I think it needs also to be indigenous-led initiatives and is also focusing on social issues and co-creation of knowledge. I think this is also a very important part. And then I think the Arctic Council's vital role is to ensure the Arctic Council remains active to maintain balance, peaceful and science-based cooperation. And my main take-home message is to emphasize the importance of maintaining and strengthening collaboration in the Arctic, especially through platforms like the Arctic Council. So that was what I wanted to talk to you about. And I just want to acknowledge Ole Øvertveit, a colleague of mine. He's been working on a very nice report, The Future of Arctic Science and Science Diplomacy. So I will also recommend to read that if you have time. So thank you.
All right, we can move to the main part of the session, but let me please present two other panelists, speakers. Professor Viola Hauptmann, who is who is an Inuk microbiologist from Greenland, specializing in Arctic foodways and microbiology. She's an associate professor and head of department at the University of Greenland, where she has developed and now leads the CELA Bachelor's in Biology program. She also holds a part-time assistant professorship at the University of Copenhagen Global Institute. And our second panelist, Professor Minik Rosing, a world-renowned geologist from Greenland. Professor Rosing works at the University of Copenhagen and previously he was leader of the Danish ship-based scientific research expedition Galatea 3 and one of the artists behind Icewatch, a series of melting glacier ice blocks positioned in clock formation outside notable places of governance. So I invite all the panelists here to the floor, and I encourage all of you to participate in the discussion. I would like to make this more interactive, so if you have comments, questions, just jump in, and I hope it will be an exchange of thoughts, because the subject is so broad that probably we all have something to say about science and diplomacy. Some of us probably are experts, science advisors, so I also encourage you to share your experience in this field. My first question, or maybe the question that is an effect of a kind of an impression concerning the title of the session, so research in the Arctic and the need for global cooperation. Well, I thought maybe there should be a question mark because and that's the question. Whether we can come back to international or global scientific cooperation in the Arctic, and how it will look like, or how it looks like currently, because it's the nature of this cooperation is constantly changing. We have, of course, certain challenges that we already identified, but maybe you have some ideas what should be the paths that we should go in the future. Who is the volunteer?
I'm happy to bring a small comment for the title of the session. I think coming from the perspective of someone who lives in the Arctic and represents an Arctic indigenous community, it's important not just to talk about more international collaboration, but really more meaningful collaborations. Because coming from a very small university situated in Greenland, what we experience is that there's a lot of requests for collaboration, there's a lot of international collaborations from international scientists from Europe and the US who are working together to come to the Arctic and do things. But the activities are not necessarily always meaningful to us, and the value does not come to us. It comes to the international communities, to universities outside of the Arctic. So I think it's important also to focus on more meaningful collaborations. That includes meaningfulness to Arctic communities.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that's obviously correct, but I think there's also another aspect to it, of course, and that is that not all research that takes place in the Arctic is Arctic research, in a sense that the topic is not the Arctic, but it could be many other topics where it's just for various reasons is carried out in the Arctic because there's better opportunity and so forth. So I think it's also, as much as there's the local and the connection to the local communities, there's also, you say, a global humanity has the right to know of planetary scale problems, whatever, from the Arctic. So I think that to find that balance between the research that is relevant to the Arctic and the research that is relevant to somewhere else in the world, but can best be accomplished in the Arctic. So I think that's like everything else. There's this balance between when are we good globalists and when are we good custodians of our local communities.
But do you think it should be somehow hierarchically prioritized?
I don't think that. I mean, I think most of us agree that it's very difficult to have somebody prioritize research rather than the researchers prioritizing their research. So I think that it's just we have to have an awareness that when we talk about research in the Arctic, it's not for the most part for all parts. Research that concerns Arctic as a phenomenon, but it takes place in the Arctic for other reasons.
Yeah.
Just a supplement to that, because when I say meaningful to the Arctic, it doesn't have to be that all research conducted in the Arctic has to deal with Arctic communities and that the results of the research necessarily have to be meaningful only to Arctic communities. It can be meaningful to international communities, but coming to the Arctic is valuable to a lot of researchers, and that value can be what is meaningful. So monetary value is meaningful too. It doesn't have to be necessarily the results, it can be the money that comes into research. So overhead, for instance, that goes to Arctic institutions to educate local Arctic scientists, for instance.
But also doing the projects or submitting proposals, right, that includes also some sort of well-being and respect for the people living there, right? It's not only research for research, but we are just entering some area where the people are just living their daily lives, right? And we, of course, we know the phenomena of the research fatigue, that, well, the researchers are constantly coming and they want to study either the communities or the natural environment, and but sometimes they are like invading as tourists even, right? Because there are certain sites, especially where the communities such as indigenous communities are living, that they are just kind of interrupting their daily life, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, and I know that when we go on research cruises, I mean, it's a lot of CO2 emissions coming out from these research cruises. So you really need to decide how important is this. So that's one issue. But I also see, and for me, it's very practical to come as biologists, because in the Arctic you don't have all the trees and everything. So it makes things easier to study the ecosystem there. But of course, that shouldn't be a reason. But of course, it's really interesting to see this low temperature functional of ecosystem at this, and then you can only do that either in the Arctic or at a higher latitude. But if we go back to this importance for global cooperation, as I'm working in permafrost and look at the methane, the gas exchange in this permafrost area, we're getting better and better technology to do these measurements, and know we are in a situation where we are lacking 50% of the data from Russian researchers to put into these global models, etc. So in that respect, I say yes, we need global cooperation. We need to have all these data set. We need to put this in the global, and not that each and everyone is sitting on their side. But that was also my comment earlier, that we shouldn't go forward in all direction. We need to decide where to focus on the research. What is the important research in the Arctic, and not just for whom are we doing this research. But it's also this, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay, so it has these global consequences. Yeah.
But I think also I mean, to go into that more kind of global collaboration is, and the diplomatic aspect of it, of course, is that when you have this collaboration for the diplomatic aspect, it creates another means of knowing what everybody else in the world thinks, which is, I guess, what we need more than anything else, understanding of everybody else's perspective on things. And you get that through these collaborative efforts. So I think that's also why the Arctic Council started as a research project, basically, and then it showed that it had all these derivatives of, and it showed that it had all these derivatives of diplomatic, you can say, character, which then built the foundation for it as a political and diplomatic organization. So I think that it's very well established that researchers are very good at connecting with other researchers out of interest, and then you get these derivatives. So I think that's really important also.
If I could come back to technological aspect, because for me as a social scientist, this is extremely fascinating. I'm also a bit ignorant when it comes to those data collection methods. And when I ask my colleagues from natural sciences, how useful these technologies, how precise these technologies are. I mean, the general question is whether it's possible And if so, when? Just to stop the traditional field work, as we know, with the physical access to the field site, and alternatively use technologies such as remote sensing technology. And this just leads to different perspectives that are opening in my mind that, okay, then probably for the local communities, it would be also an advantage because the researchers wouldn't come for the field work, they could collect remotely data. So what do you think about this perspective for global collaboration? Is it possible? If so, when?
I think that it is that what propagates research is not the acquisition of more data, it's formulation of new questions. Mm-hmm. And you formulate the new questions when you're out there to collect those data, and you realize that there's something you had never thought about. And so I think that it's really, really important that you have the access, and also for the relevance, because you actually get to see the context that your data is or the phenomenon you are studying, what is the context. I think it's extremely important we don't distance ourselves from the objects we are studying. And so I would say that data, they're nice to have, but they're actually not the core of what science is.
So it's rather, of course, it's rather hypothetical, right? But still something that has to be kept in mind because those technologies are developing quite fast. So,
I think there is a lot of positive things with that. If you can have autonomous vehicles going down in the ocean and do monitoring, so that you don't have to have tons of ships and researchers, and you can download the data. But you need to know why you're collecting these data. Mm-hmm. And this is also for this summer, we're going to try to look into this smart sampling so we don't damaging the environment as much as we do, because scientists we also. So I think there is a lot of opportunities. But of course you can be driven into this just fun to do this and that, and it doesn't have a reason. So I think that's what, it needs to be, you need to have a purpose of what you're doing it and how you're going to use that. And it needs to be driven by the research questions.
I think there's a very good example from the ozone hole was discovered in satellite survey monitoring of the radiation from the sun going through. And the reason why it was discovered was that it was built to see if there was some derivation from the mean. But if it was very large, it would just discard the data. So it was running for years and years and years without discovering the ozone hole, because the ozone hole was much more intense than anybody thought such a thing could be. So it's only when people actually started looking at it and find out that the whole theory behind the monitoring was wrong, that it was discovered. So I think that, again, the human eye is necessary in all parts of research.
So something as additional, right, method. Okay, before we delve into the relation between science and policy, I would like to ask the audience whether you have, at this point, comments or questions.
I would just like to ask if Lisa, you spoke about the shift there's been since the war started against Ukraine. But what about the United States? Have you, since January, experienced a difference in the collaboration in the Arctic research? And do we have to expect a similar shift that there is, so that the United States is also leaving, which is leaving very few dots on your map in the end? It will be Norway, Poland, and Greenland doing everything, or can we still count on the United States? What is your opinion working in the area?
It's one example. There is a publication that just came out a couple of months ago, and then it's a huge on permafrost, huge international network, and of course they were discussing these gas exchange data, and it was one U.S. researchers, and then if they should publish the paper in that form, there were 3 paragraphs that needed to be changed, taken away. So this, and I mean, it was on LinkedIn. I was thinking that I should use it, but I just felt that I didn't dare to. I know a few of the people on board, but it resulted in the American researcher withdraw from the paper so that it could still be in the paper. So in this way, it's good that the science is getting out there, but it's also something completely wrong when people can't be part of it, then we can't be. So that you see a change in there. I have personally quite a few collaborators. I'm one that was coming to Norway. Everything was cancelled. I have an application that we will submit. I have to do it from Norway and not from the US because the candidate is from India, so it complicates things. So this is a landscape now that is very challenging. And it's also I'm working on microbial diversity, you too. And diversity is a word that is not allowed, right? But it's the microbes, come on. But I mean, it's in...
Diversity is not allowed either. Right?
No, yeah. So I mean, it's just become very challenging to maneuver in this area. So yes, it's definitely, and we see that you can't include colleagues that... And I used to have colleagues in Russia that also just faded away. And because I think they didn't dare to send emails anymore. It was more they didn't dare to be in contact, which is also, we're losing because we need this different competence.
And for my research lab, we just concluded a NSF project under the Navigating the New Arctic program that would never have gotten funded now. And I think from our perspective, I think a lot of the researchers that our local researchers are interested in collaborating with in the US are the ones who are interested in indigenous peoples and diverse perspectives and all of these things that you cannot get funded now. So this is a shame because I think a lot of the researchers that we want to work with are the ones that we cannot work with now, but it also opens up an opportunity for European researchers to go in maybe and take some of those collaborations if the European community can start using some of the language that the American community has been a little bit better at in recent years.
If I could add something from institutional perspective, because I'm chairing the Social Human Working Group of the IASC, and of course we have delegates from US in the group. We had the Arctic Science Summit Week in Boulder this March. And because of a deteriorating situation in the US and the kind of an unknown, we were, the plan was that we are going to discuss research security issues and also maybe work on some sort of a statement of the working group on the changes or threats for freedom of research and freedom of expression. And, unfortunately, there was no discussion. From one point of view, because the rest of the group didn't want to harm or make any problems, difficulties for the American colleagues, and the American colleagues, they were just saying that the situation is so fastly evolving and there is so much unknown that they cannot sign the statement because the situation is changing like from day to day. So we just left without any conclusion. So this is also something that happens within our community, like institutionally. There are some more questions here and there, and also two ladies there.
So I just wanted to ask primarily Lisa then, you talked about this shift after the war started, Russia-Ukraine, but it was a bit unclear to me what, in more practical terms, the shift was. Is it like the Russian scientists have primarily withdrawn, or is it that it has become more kind of aggressive, or I don't really...
It's on several levels. So again, with the Arctic Council, it has been operating, but not really as it used to, because they can't continue in that way, but still they meet and they try to keep at least a dialogue going. So that's one. There are some, the climate and some things are still going on as it used to. But from what I see, especially in Svalbard, where you have Russian settlements, there's been a lot of Russian, Ukraine working on the university center, the university center up there. So suddenly that all these collaboration was tense and difficult to continue. And as I was saying, with those, in the beginning, we had kind of an email exchange, but then it started to fade away. So I assume it's because they don't want to say something, they don't want to. And if, of course, I also was organizing a conference. I wanted the Russian to be part of it, but then the Germans, they had regulations. So if they were Russian, then they would not attend. So everything makes it more complicated. And yeah, and some of the, in my field, they are really expert in some field, and suddenly you just get access. You can't get this input for a long time. But it's on several levels, I think.
Maybe first. Okay.
Thank you. Andreas Røpstorff from Aarhus University and the Academy here. Thank you, Lise, for really demonstrating why what happens in the Arctic matters for everyone else. And I wonder whether maybe the title of the panel discussion should be changed in the light of that. Maybe we should not be so much concerned about research in the Arctic, but really about research for the Arctic, both for the people and the communities and the ecosystems there. And maybe it's not so much a need for global cooperation, but really the question of the importance of a European cooperation that might be at stake right now. So I would like to hear from the panel, could you maybe address a little bit, what would it look like if the perspective was shifted to be looking at what kind of research is it actually that the Arctic is needing, and what could the rest of Europe do in order to support that? Now that ties into, of course, the larger questions of science diplomacy, but I think there are also some very concrete things that are needed in the Arctic and where there is a role for Europe to play in supporting that.
You're looking at me. Okay, but I can say something to that. So the changes that we're observing do not actually come from activities in the Arctic. I think we can all agree on that. And in talking about trust in science and scientists, I think it's very important that especially natural scientists, people working with climate science, acknowledge that it goes hand in hand with talking about making change around the world, not in the Arctic. It's not us who have created climate change. The climate change happens because of global activities, and that's where the focus needs to be put. So in zooming in on the Arctic, we continue to perpetuate this idea that actually the Arctic is the problem. We have all the social problems, we have all the climate change, we have all the pollution, but a lot of this, actually all of these issues, come from activities outside of the Arctic. So maybe that's what we should be focusing on.
I think also it would be, as much as European activities are of course welcome and I think should be strengthened, but I think also it should not stand alone because there's a lot of expertise in similar problems. If you take Antarctica, for instance, also, you have Argentina, you have Australia, New Zealand, you have everybody else in that other hemisphere. So I think it's really important to keep all these connections open at all times. And I think it's more that you could say that the Europe's focusing is kind of a balance to the US situation, that Europe is realizing that they will have to seek. But that shouldn't permeate, I think, all through to sciences in general. I think that international collaboration is really important.
And if I could add something, I'm not a native speaker, but as a social scientist, I always advocate for using rather the term research of the Arctic. Because if we speak only about research in the Arctic, then we exclude social sciences from researching and studying the Arctic. And also social scientists are involved in this activity, so narratives matters, especially for us. Of course, if we speak about those geopolitical shifts that are ongoing, we mainly focus on the change of how the research in natural sciences is changed due to geopolitical tensions. But please remember that that social scientists, for example, those anthropologists, ethnographers, they were conducting their research, for instance, participatory observation in the Russian part of the Arctic. Now it's completely impossible. The access is completely impossible. And they cannot use remote sensing to do their research. So they have a complete lack of access to data and data collection. And we don't know when the situation is going to change. Possibly not in the nearest future, at least from some of my colleagues, from anthropologists, I heard that, well, they think about the distance of 2-3 decades when they will have the access once again to the field work there. So that's also another dimension which should be taken into account. And as far as Europe is concerned, I mean, if we define Europe as the EU, please remember that EU, it's a very active actor when it comes to the Arctic, but also in the same time quite controversial. Because Europe is not a de jure observer to the Arctic Council, it's de facto observer. So legally speaking, EU does not have the status, but is acting as being an observer. Just mentioned on the previous session the Warsaw format. The representatives of the EU, of the Commission, are always there, even if they don't have the legal status of an observer. So when it comes to the EU activity, in some forums they are, criticized to some extent. So that's also something that has to be kept in mind, that Arctic, the priority actors when it comes to the Arctic are the Arctic states still. There were 2 questions there.
Thank you. We're talking about Arctic there, but Antarctica has very similar problems, and even more attenuated in terms of it's very, very expensive to do research here. It's very, very hard to get data. There are geopolitical tensions, and there is a very strong Chinese presence, which is also in Antarctica especially, and Antarctica. So I wonder if you can comment that as well, or if you have done personal research in Antarctica. Or how do you think it falls into the whole picture of Europe being more present in polar areas, or does it?
I think one thing that is really important about Antarctica is to remember that it is now protected by a treaty that is kind of under press because of some nations trying to seek access to resource exploitation in Antarctica. So I think it's really, really important again here to have this broad international support for the preservation of Antarctica as a treaty area. And it's mainly, I guess, Russia and China who are pressing to get access to natural resources extraction in Antarctica. And so I think that's something we should all try to prevent as best we can.
I have no experience from Antarctica, no. I mean, I would love to go there.
There are microbes, though.
There are microbes there. No, but I see that. I think the key message is actually what Ninek was saying in this context, I think, yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for a really interesting discussion. I work at the Royal Society, which was mentioned in Lisa's presentation, and we've been thinking a lot about what science diplomacy looks like today, and that includes what scientists need, also what diplomats need to understand a bit more about what each other do. So we also look at ungoverned spaces, and we have a case study on the Arctic in our most recent work. So my question is really about what scientists need as they operate in a region that is not only more accessible, but also the forefront of national interests. What do scientists need to be aware of? What do they need to do? And what training, perhaps, do they need to have in more of the diplomacy side of things to be able to work in an area that is being increasingly governed by geopolitical relations and tensions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can refer to this because in the EU, for example, in the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance, which is a network of people focusing in their research on science diplomacy, which was created based on formally conducted Horizon project on science diplomacy. So what we do there, we also discuss the issue of training on both sides, because both the diplomats should be trained and the research communities should be trained. What we found is that there is a problem with communication between both communities. Let's call them like that. And this problem of communication, of course, comes from a very different, has very different causes. So first is, of course, the language, terminology, narratives that we both use. Then timing. In politics, in diplomacy, timing is completely different than in science. And then also something that is more acquainted with the state or national level politics, which is inter-ministerial or intersectoral coordination. We are lacking that. In most of the countries, we are lacking that. That's why usually, as you ask, for instance, the civil servant from the Ministry of Research about the issues concerning, let's say, security, he or she will respond, this is not my area. When you speak with somebody from diplomacy or, generally speaking, foreign service about research, he will usually respond, well, it's the area of the Ministry of Science, go there. The change that we observe right now when it comes to the definition of science diplomacy, it's not science diplomacy anymore. We are using very different terms instead of it. For example, innovation diplomacy, tech diplomacy, STI diplomacy, or, as in Denmark, techplomacy. So technology plus diplomacy. You even have in Denmark the ambassador responsible for techplomacy. And this is a way how this phenomena evolves. So into this inter-ministerial coordination. But only in few countries this is working, where you have like commissions or certain institutional solutions where all those worlds are meeting and first just learning each other, so what sort of language we are talking, what are our goals and so on, and then, you know, implementing some sort of solutions. And then the tailored into the needs of those two worlds training might come. Without that, it's just like, you know, going through like a blind going through the forest.
I think also it's important that the Arctic is many things, and it's different countries with different legislation and so forth, and it's not unregulated area. It's not a terra nullium where you can go in. And so I think that for Greenland, there was a commission for scientific research in Greenland formed in 1876 that started regulating access to do research and coordination and so forth. So I think that, and in Greenland, when you hear today, of course, you have to have research permission from the government of Greenland to do stuff. And oftentimes in international fora, people say, but how do you hear the indigenous people? Well, the indigenous people is the government of Greenland. So they're very different situations, different parts, I think. But I think in general, it is actually regulated by agencies and whatever in each country. I remember when the Galatea was mentioned, when we passed through Norwegian waters, we were not allowed to sample biologic material until we are out of the Norwegian economic zone, which is again, it's another regulation of research, which was, you know, it's fair enough. But these things are in the whole region. There are different legislations for different zones.
Well, I think it is regulated quite thoroughly, but the problem and the challenge is the fast change of the regulations. I heard this, for instance, from my colleagues who conduct research, field work in Svalbard, and we know that Norwegian law was changing recently quite fast, and they didn't even know where to search for the information. So what are the regulations concerning the access here or there? The environmental regulations were changing that were impacting also how the research is conducted there. So this is a responsibility of such bodies, interministerial bodies, to either create a kind of an information hub for scientists where they could contact and search for updates, not mentioning that it's quite obvious that, well, Norwegian law is then published in Norwegian language, which is also a kind of a technical challenge for international researchers. So that's the task for the Foreign Service to translate or to make summaries of those documents and provide them in this kind of information hub for the researchers doing field work there.
Maybe also, I mean, just back to, would it be of advantage if the research diplomacy, which is incidental, is actually being planned somewhere outside the research community and imposed on that? Or is it actually the whole virtue of it is that it actually happens incidentally? And that is the true value of it. So.
This might be a question or a comment a bit outside the scope of this discussion, but I think it's nice to it should be addressed anyway, because Monica's asked for some kind of questions on the social scientific part of what's going on. So I just returned from a journey in one of the Pacific Islands. And there you surely can see what the consequences are of the global warming. You can also see how it impacts people in a more social scientific way. You see the psychological ways that people are looking at what's happening around them, what that means for them psychologically. So my question is merely, is there any kind of, do we see any change because of this, what happens in the Arctic with people, with what impacts them? Does it also have these kind of impacts? Because there's a lot of things that has been addressed already, but I think more of also other people that's in the Arctic. Do we see that? And I understand that there's a lot of different people we are talking about, but anyway, this is also one of the things that we should more or less address more. And then it would be back to researching in Arctic than on Arctic at least. Thank you.
So I understood the question is how does climate change impact people socially, psychologically. Is that correct? Yeah. So I think at least for Greenland, where there's been some research is to show how it impacts hunting traditions and foodways, and that of course is a major thing that impacts people's culture and identity. But I also want to say that I don't encourage a flooding of research into the negative effects of climate change on people's psychology in Greenland. People have been living in the Arctic for thousands of years and adapted to change for thousands of years and will continue to do so. And I think that's where the important focus should lie, and that there's a lot to learn from people who are experiencing great change and adapting to that change. Also for people who live maybe in areas of the world where they think they can comfortably sit for the next 1,000 years without things changing. We will all experience this change. It's happening faster in the Arctic, but that also means that people have to and will adapt faster. And there's some strength to be looked to there.
In a way, my question links up with the former one. We have been discussing in the Arctic, on the Arctic. My question is, what is the narrative? If you look from within, is there some kind of Arctic identity? Do people living in the Arctic feel like interlinked or feeling like a community or not? Is it just a construction from the outside?
Mm-hmm.
I think that should be.
No, I think that there is definitely, like for most other people, there's some sense of being in the same region and having, particularly the Inuit population, which is Inuit is the only language that's spoken all around the world, although it's a very small circle up there, but still. So there's a connectivity between people who have similar origin and similar language and similar traditions and whatever. On the other hand, the livelihood is very, very different across the Arctic. I think that the people in Canada, say, or Alaska and Greenland lead very different lives. They have very different spectrum of what is preserved of their traditional culture and which has been changed and so forth. So I think in some ways, you're right that there are some shared Arctic. I think also Sami people will understand a lot of things, what's going on in Greenland better than people from, the Maldives, something clearly. But that doesn't mean that they feel that there's a kindred kind of situation between them. I think also the North Atlantic Ocean region has a shared similar identity, including Scotland, Labrador, Newfoundland, Norway, Greenland, Iceland, Faroes. They have been kind of communicating for 1,000 years with one another in that region, and I think that. So there's many different identities, as I guess what I've tried to say, but some of them are shared across the Arctic, some are shared across other regions as well.
I agree with what Monique just said, and each person has a number of identities that we identify with. But I want to say that I think this shared identity in the Arctic is becoming stronger, and that's something that the scientific community needs to be aware of too, to be mindful and follow this development if you want to continue to come to the Arctic from the outside and work there, that there is a shared identity that is becoming stronger and is putting some demands on how you can act and behave in the Arctic.
Well, if I can share also my experience, which is completely different because I don't live in the Arctic, although I'm interested from research perspective. And I think that all the researchers focusing on the Arctic, they live in a kind of a silos, in a kind of a bubble. And you just experience that this bubble is so small, so hermetic. When you go to larger bubbles, especially to larger international research conferences, and then we just experience that we even speak very similar language, which sometimes is very different from the language of the same discipline, but focusing on other areas, on other thematic issues. So that's more or less my experience. Yeah.
If since I'm not saying anything, My research has been mainly in Svalbard, which don't have, they have hunters and miners that came there try to make money. So there isn't any kind of indigenous culture there. It's a very strange community. So and I've been going every year. So I haven't been really into this community. But I had a 5-year project building up competence in Ethiopia in one of the most biodiverse area. And I think that's the 5 years I learned so much indigenous knowledge. I came with high-tech equipment, but they could just tell me things about the pH, the organisms there and there, because they had been living close to the environment. But the Arctic in Svalbard is a little bit different from Greenland. So just to make that very clear.
I think, though, back to your bubble, I think that what to me is characteristic for most people that I've been in contact with, and even small settlements, they have a very, very, very extensive awareness of what's going on in the rest of the world. They're not isolated in that sense, and they have not been for the past 100 years or so. And so I think that is, to many, would be a big surprise that the issues they are talking about, as though it's completely, the local population are completely oblivious to it, actually are very well informed on global issues. And many Greenlandic students nowadays have been studying in Milwaukee or whatever. So don't expect to find indigenous in the kind of traditional sense.
No. All right. If there are no other questions, comment at that point, I would like to go to the other topic, which was already a bit raised here. So the changing nature of the either interaction between science and policy, or science diplomacy at large. And the first, probably I will address to Lisa, firstly this question, because you mentioned the former report of the Royal Society. They adjusted the report just this year, and they emphasized there this competitive nature of science diplomacy, because we are talking here about this nice bright side of science diplomacy, that everything leads to cooperation. Diplomats will help us as researchers to cooperate, to facilitate cooperation. But in the times as we live right now, we have to remember that science is also an instrument of foreign policy. And more importantly, it becomes more and more an instrument of defense policy. And we see involvement of defense ministries in all the forums that connect science with diplomacy. So that's a general question about how and whether scientists, research community should address or should respond somehow to those geopolitical pressures and also to threats, because we are speaking about research security, or as I call it, securitization of research. So what's your perspective on that? Maybe let's start from Lisa.
This is challenging, but I think, again, as scientists, I think it's important that we are independent, and that it's the science that is driving the research that we are doing, and not someone want you to address or to answer specific questions. So I think it's everything is going much quicker nowadays. So I think that we need a better dialogue back and forth. So it has usually been that we have delivered a report, and then it's up to the decision maker to use or not. But I think it's these, because the next day it's a new issue happening, and then you need to be in a dialogue to have this back and forth. So I think that's, but it's something. It also takes time to be in these interactions away from the science that we're doing. So you really need to find the balance for this. And yes, I know about the new report from the Royal Society, but I just had to stick with the old one because that was the clearest in my head. But no, I think, but I think also we as scientists, we need to take the responsibility also to try really to tell what's the latest results, what's the new information that we have in this issue. But it's, yeah.
But you mentioned an aspect of time, and this is quite interesting, how to balance the time that we devote to research and the time that we devote to, let's say, advising decision makers and being involved in all those activities that are kind of aside from pure research. Something that is quite, I think, important responsibility nowadays is the agenda setting of priorities of the programs, projects that are later on funded, and that the funding mechanisms are created based on our advice. So how do you find this role?
Difficult.
I think one thing you have to is to distinguish between science and research. And I think that, I mean, this painting shows two things, that this is all the scientists in Denmark, that and shows that they're all men. That has been changed, luckily. But what it also shows is there are not very many of them. And now there's probably tens of thousands of researchers. And they do, some of them do food science, some do security, some do military or defense. So I think, again, that when we talk about scientists, that is those who do curiosity-driven and whatever, and as Lisa says, are independent. But there's tons of research that's done for a purpose, and that's a completely different ballpark. And I think that it's important to keep those two concepts apart, I think. Science and research. Research is a method that you can use to obtain some information that can be used for whatever. Science is a curiosity to how stuff, hangs together in the world.
Yeah, I think regardless of whether you identify as a researcher or a scientist, I think it's very important that we all acknowledge that science is used in policy and scientists are used in policy. So we had a very wealthy American billionaire knocking on our department doors recently. So this is not something that we've asked for, but it comes to us, and so we have to be aware that we can be used in these contexts that are political, especially currently. So it's just very important not to, as scientists, think that we live in a vacuum away from responsibility over what is done with the science that we conduct, without responsibility for deciding what kind of science we spend the money of governments on. We have huge responsibility.
I know that it does not refer to Svalbard, but more to the North America, Greenland. But I wanted to ask you about the importance of the change, the evolution of the importance of the different knowledge systems, which are also used in decision making. Or taken into account, at least theoretically speaking. So what is your perspective, whether you see any change because of the geopolitical situation, that the different knowledge systems are included differently, in a different scope in policy making, or well, the reason why I ask about this is because I did a survey with civil servants and experts on how indigenous knowledge is used practically in decision-making processes in international forums. And the outcome was that only 10 to 30% of the decision outcome is based on indigenous knowledge. What's your perspective on that?
I think the current situation in Greenland is that it might be even less,
Okay.
that there's a strict adherence to a Western concept of knowledge currently, and that it creates a lot of political tension. And you brought up trust as a major thing in this conversation, and that is at all levels between people who are being researched and people who research, but also at international level. And I think creating more trust between different knowledge systems is imperative to be able to develop or continue to have the Arctic as a sort of neutral, safe, and secure area. But I think Greenland is not a front runner in that politically or in government, but that there are developments underway, and we have a new research strategy that says nothing about us without us, that starts to put words to Indigenous people's rights. So I think that there will be developments going on now, and maybe it will go quite fast.
No, I agree. I agree that I'm surprised by the 30%. I would think it's much less. I think it's important though that we have both knowledge component parts are being, but also we try to merge them, because knowledge to me is knowledge, and it derives from different, and it is used for different purposes and so forth. So it shouldn't be, we shouldn't say that one is that they basically have different value. I think that's the main part of it, that we realize that we get a more full picture of what we are studying by having all these component parts in it, rather than selecting one or the other.
I don't know if you agree that the situation in the US, the changes in science policy will even deteriorate the whole picture, because what we notice already, that our colleagues from, for example, from Alaska, they probably will participate less in the Arctic research community meetings because of the lack of funding, just simply speaking. So also their voice will not be heard. It was not included equally even until now, and probably the situation will even deteriorate in the future. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you very much for very interesting discussion and talks. Juras Banys from Lithuanian Academy of Sciences. And we spoke and we listened about science and science for policy and geopolitical situation. But I think one important piece is missing in this puzzle, the society. Because you mentioned bubbles. One bubble is researchers who are doing in their ivory towers, and the other bubble is politicians, but society also decides a lot. And a short comment, what we did in Lithuania. Lithuania also participates in Arctic research, surprisingly. And we have a group in Klaipėda University, which is in close cooperation with Oceanographic Institute in Poland, did investigation already 5 or 6 years long in Greenland, Iceland, and Svalbard. And it was very interesting. They prepared the posters of the research, how the climate is changing, how everything is going. And it was in the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences exhibition. And then they decided to put these posters in big shopping mall. And surprisingly, it was a huge success, I would say. Also, a lot of people were watching. So we must also inform the society what's going on. So thank you very much.
It's a very good point. We forgot about general public. Sorry for that. But of course, yes, of course, it's of course, it's a very important stakeholder. And yeah, the communication with general public is an important part, especially if we speak about disinformation, fake news, and all the phenomena, negative phenomena that we face currently. Yeah.
And so I completely agree, and that's what was my biggest effort during my time as a president of the Academy, to have meetings, informal meetings, to open up for the public to discuss important issues. And then a lot of the ESAC reports we took down and open up and said, what does this mean for Norway and how is this important? Yeah, so we need that. I haven't tried to have it on shopping malls, but maybe one day.
Okay, so one last, no? Okay, we are just 2 minutes before the end of the session. So thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, thank you for the distinguished panelists. I hope the conversation, the discussion was interesting for all of you, for the audience. Well, food for thought, and there is so many topics and issues that we did not even touch slightly, but well, let's hope there will be some other forums to continue. Thank you very much.
You will let me know when. We can start. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we come back to work? But it will be a pleasant work. So, dear colleagues, dear Laureate, dear friends, it's a real joy and pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this year's Madame de Stael Prize handover ceremony. I can imagine not everybody knows who Madame de Stael was, so I will mention a bit, and I think each of us will mention slightly about that unusual lady. Today we are not only celebrating an extraordinary figure from Europe's intellectual past, but also those among us who keep her spirit alive and building bridges between fields of knowledge, cultures, languages, and generations. Very soon, Professor Annette Grüters-Kieslich, Vice President of ALLEA, and an outstanding scientist herself, and a good colleague of mine, because she's saying no, so I'm trying to. We'll share more with you about the prize and this year's laureate. But before that, I'd like to take a moment to reflect briefly and from the heart. So, I know that I have a piece of paper, but otherwise I would be lost with all those rows I have today. So, Germaine de Stael was someone far ahead of her time, a thinker, a writer, a fierce political voice. She believes that ideas matter, they can shape societies, and she believed that thinkers shouldn't stay silent in their studies, but speak out, engage, challenge, and question. And I think this is something that is very important for us. She lived through revolution, through exile, and still kept asking, how can Europe stay true to both freedom and culture? That question still resonates today, and not just as in the halls of academia, like here on the institutions of Brussels and Strasbourg, but it resonates in books, in art, in science, whenever people are trying to think, speak, and act freely and responsibly. And that's particularly valid nowadays. Today I'm trying to quote some of Polish scientists, and let me quote one well-known Polish philosopher working in Cambridge actually Leszek Kołakowski, and he once said that the greatest threat to freedom is not tyranny, but a world where no one believes ideas matter. And those words have stayed with me, and I think they capture why the prize matters so much at the moment. Because this award is not just about honoring past achievements, it's about encouraging that spirit of dialogue and intellectual courage that Europe so deeply needs today. And it is about recognizing those who, like Madame de Stael, ask uncomfortable questions, who challenge what we take for granted, and who offer us new ways of seeing our shared world. And this year's laureate, whom you'll soon hear more about from Annette, is very much part of the tradition. As we get ready to present the award, I want to thank the jury. The selection was not easy, and the level of excellence was truly inspiring. I also want to thank everybody who made today's ceremony possible, and all of you who, especially in difficult times, stand up for the values of knowledge and the freedom to expose it. Let me just also mention that a few weeks ago, I had the chance to meet Viola, director of CERN, and our laureate from last year. We crossed paths in the US which is kind of symbolic, a few weeks ago. And she told me, quite emotionally, and how much this prize has meant to her, not just as an honor, but as a recognition of shared values. And that, I think, meant a lot to her as well. And finally, one small request. The next call for nomination will open in July, and please keep it in mind. Think of people whose work deserves to be seen, supported, and celebrated. Please remember that this prize lives thanks to your commitment. And thank you, Annette. The floor is yours now. So.
Yeah, dear colleagues and members of our academies, dear guests, dear Viola. For me, it's really a pleasure to deliver the laudatory speech for Professor Viola Priesemann for the 2024 Madame de Stael Prize of ALLEA. And you got a little introduction to Madame de Stael, but actually, who really has read about Madame de Stael? Of you? Good. 2 of you, 3 of you. So who was Anne-Louise Germaine Necker, known as Madame de Stael? I will not go into all the details, so I could speak for an hour about her. She was a remarkable woman. She was born in 1766 and passed already away at the age of 51. But it's really worth recalling that she was a writer, as Paweł told you, but she was writing not only critical work, but also fictional literary works. And that profoundly influenced the European Romantic movement in the 18th century. Madame de Stael traveled widely across Europe, and that was more difficult than it's today. And she engaged with politicians, artists, writers, and of course scientists. And she became renowned for her openness to all the countries and the difference in cultures. As Paweł said, she was a real critical thinker, and she was fearless in expressing her ideas, even if it meant clashing with those in power, mostly men, like Napoleon, who exiled her because of her outspokenness. But she stood firm against his authoritarianism of his regime. And one of her famous quotes was, "Bonaparte is not merely a man, but he's a system. Hence, he must be studied as a great problem, the solution of which is important in every era." So look at our times. From her childhood on, she was fascinated by arts and science, and during a visit to my hometown, Berlin, she declared, "The spectacle that Berlin offers has no equal in Germany. Berlin can regard itself as a focal point of enlightenment and light. Sciences and arts are flourishing in Berlin." A quote which is exhibited as an inscription in our town hall. So let us hope that the politicians of today are aware of this and keep this in mind. Madame de Stael believed deeply in the transformation of humans. Scientific progress, another quote of her, makes moral progress a necessity. For when the power of humankind grows, so must the barriers that prevent from misusing this power grow. She herself has suffered violence and political persecution for the ideas that she championed. Yet she remained firm in her convictions. The prize was established in 2014 and was inspired by the new narrative of Europe, a project initiated by the then European Parliament President José Manuel Barroso. It stands for an understanding of Europe as an intellectual and emotional entity based on shared but of course, not necessarily identical convictions. The prize is awarded by ALLEA to eminent individuals whose work represents a significant contribution to the shared values of Europe and to the idea of European integration. It also underscores the importance of outstanding scholarly and intellectual efforts in advancing the European project. Over the years, we had the honor of recognizing amazing scholars and thinkers across Europe whose work speaks to these values. And Paweł has mentioned our last year's laureate. I just also want to mention one of them, Timothy Snyder, who received our 2022 award. He is an American historian specializing in the history of Central and Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, as well as the Holocaust. As of March 2025, he is now on leave from his position as the Richard Levin Professor at History at Yale University. He has decided to transfer to Toronto for an indefinite period because of the situation in the US. Unlike the United States, Europe's definition and cultural and geographic boundaries have shifted over the centuries. Yet there has been a constant understanding of European culture as rooted in openness, supported by dynamic and vigorous intellectualism. At a time when cultural diversity is increasingly threatened by skepticism, extremism, and instability, our award serves as a powerful reminder of our commitment to tolerance, mutual respect, and compassion. Rooted in the idea of Europe, the Madame de Staël Prize recognizes individuals who strengthen our common intellectual and cultural bonds. So now I come to this year's ALLEA's laureate. And I'm proud to present the award to the German physicist and board member of the German Junge Akademie, Professor Viola Priesemann, in recognition of her remarkable scientific achievements in the complexity of neurobiological systems, her exceptional leadership, and her profound commitment to fostering a coordinated European response during the COVID-19 pandemic. Allow me to briefly introduce her CV. She is so far the youngest recipient of our award. She studied physics at the Technical University of Darmstadt with a research thesis at the Max Planck Institute for Brain Research in Frankfurt. And during her studies, she spent a year in Lisbon as an Erasmus exchange student. She worked on research projects in Paris, as well as Caltech in the US, before she came back as a PhD student to the Max Planck Institute for Brain Research in Frankfurt and also to the Frankfurt Institute of Advanced Studies. She was a Bernstein Fellow at the Bernstein Center for Computational Neuroscience in Göttingen. She's been a research group leader at the Max Planck Institute for Dynamics and Self-Organization in Göttingen since 2017. And in 2022, quite rightly, she became a full professor at the University of Göttingen. As I said, she's a board member of the Young Academy and a member of the Göttingen Academy of Sciences and Humanities. And she received many recognitions and awards, including the most recent ones like the Young Scientist Award of Socio- and Econophysics in 2024, the Danny Heinemann Award of the Göttingen Academy of Sciences and Humanities in 2021, and the Arthur Burkhardt Award in 2022. Beyond her own research, she is an incredible advocate for science-based policy and public outreach. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Viola Priesemann set up a team of researchers from various countries and disciplines to coordinate the mitigation strategies, resulting in several influential publications, especially a practical action plan for pan-European defense against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Her initiative exemplifies the core values of European unity, transdisciplinary research, and the advancement of open and inclusive research across the continent. The selection committee found that Professor Priesemann's dedication to fostering interdisciplinary research and advancing pan-European cooperation in science, policy, and public health during a global crisis was both outstanding in itself and perfectly aligned with ALLEA's mission of facilitating scientific cooperation across borders and disciplines. She developed data-driven alternative scenarios to contain the virus's spread, always emphasizing the importance of acknowledging not only what we as scientists know, but also of what we don't know. She highlighted available courses of action, but leaving the implementation to society and politics. In public discussions, even on TV, she consistently limited herself to statements that were firmly grounded in her own scientific expertise. Crucially, she repeatedly underscored the need for a unified European approach to the pandemic. In addition to her research and teaching, she has made extensive contributions to policy advice and public outreach, not only during the COVID-19 pandemic, publishing position papers and engaging with the media to provide reliable scientific information. I learned her to know better when we worked together in a working group of the Leopoldina on women and in science. And again, I learned that she is really a remarkable person who really looks at the data and admitting what we don't know, but then, of course, also drawing the conclusions what we know. And therefore, please join me to congratulate Professor Viola Priesemann on her truly outstanding achievements and in celebrating her as a 2024 recipient of the Madame de Stael Prize. Viola.
Before the prize handover,
Yeah.
you have a task to
I have a
deliver.
task.
So you have a lecture, so floor is yours. Viola, congratulations. First congratulations, but we are thinking.
Yeah. That was amazing, Laudatio. That was really great. And now I would really like to thank the committee. I would really like also to thank ALLEA as a union of academies to put forward such an award. I didn't know about Madame de Stael before this award, I must say, but it's a pity that one doesn't know her that well. So I do hope that with also inaugurating this prize, we make her a bit more known because she's certainly one of the leaders. Let me start with her. There's a picture of her, so you might have seen that online somewhere. She has been painted by her fellow colleagues. This is in 1812. Napoleon was at the top of their powers, or his power, so to say, and she was in exile. This was already mentioned by Annette and others. How did Europe look back then? Europe looked almost like that. The red boundary is what France influenced territory was. So being in exile meant in principle being elsewhere than this red boundaries, which stretched from Spain to what nowadays is Ukraine. At that time, she was traveling through Europe, this has already been mentioned, and picked up and really studied the social dynamics in these different countries, making, also, Annette already mentioned that, making the romantic movement of Germany known also in France, so fostering transcultural advancement. This is the place where she has been spending quite a lot of time at Chateau Coupet. And at Chateau Coupet, she managed to convene a lot of different people from different backgrounds to think about the restoration, but also about the novel ideas and novel political framework in Europe. And in a tiny bit, this might parallel to what
I've been trying to do during the COVID pandemic, bringing together the different disciplines to have a full view and to learn from the different countries, because Europe during the COVID pandemic had the disadvantages and the advantage to have different COVID policies in every single of the countries. This gives us the opportunity to learn. Unfortunately, this was never a randomized trial. We would have hoped for that, maybe. It was a more random trial and error, one could call, but at least we could try to learn by comparison. I myself, I'm interested in learning complex networks, and this is what I researched before diving into the COVID pandemic. You might wonder what this has to do with each other, and I will try to slowly guide you into that. But given this is my award lecture, I can also talk a bit about my own research. I'm interested of how learning acts in living networks. In living networks, what does it mean? In living networks need to capture energy, they need to reproduce, they need to adapt to the environment, they need to evolve. Life actually doesn't have a proper definition, not a one agreed on definition. It's very wide, but we all agree that it needs information processing. And if you think about a cell, if you think of a swarm of birds, if you think of a neuron, a brain, or a society, they all jointly learn a model of the world. And this is what I'm after. How do they learn a model of the world? Think of your DNA. What is it? It is a model of the world. It tells your cells and your body of how to ideally, or at least well enough, reproduce for survival. Some species have developed a specialized organ for learning of the world, which is the brain in us. And how this brain learns this model of the world has been the core of my research. And what is amazing about the brain is that all these neurons work together. Think of 80 billion neurons, all working together in a self-organized manner, and then information processing is something emergent. It's not that there's someone sitting and wiring up that brain, but it's something that happens by local connection between the neurons. So there also we do see a local collaboration between units, in that case neurons, that give rise to global function. That is the core of our research group. And to give you a bit of an idea how that can work, I pull up here last year's Nobel Prize in Physics 2024 to John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton in physics. Why did they get the Nobel Prize? Because they, for the first time, really illustratively showed how such self-organized learning can work. What did they do? They basically presented images to a random network, that's Hopfield to be precise. They presented these images and made the network store memories of many of these images. And then you can start in such a random network configuration, and only by local interaction, you will then find and recover these images. You start at a random place, and then you can imagine the image proper to be an attractor for that network. And most of the time, it will properly recover the images that we have shown previously to that network. Here you can, for example, also find my research group webpage. Sometimes they also do what we would call confabulation or hallucination. They are the mixtures of patterns that otherwise are not well separated. So there's errors in these systems as much as there are in other living systems. But what they managed to do is put this foundation of understanding of how can I put the information of these networks, these images, into the network. To give you a bit of an idea what they do, well, every of the images we know have structure. That eye is typically above the nose is above the mouth. These structures, these statistics can be learned in such networks because there's correlations that come again and again, and these correlations can be mirrored in the structure of such a neural network. So if you then start with a random pattern, it will recover one of the patterns that has been there more frequently before. However, this is a few years ago now, it's 43 years ago that Hopfield put forward that foundational work. Now we haven't yet understood how the living brain does such task and how it does it with a bit more complicated task than these few pixels that we can show here. And this is where my work starts. It starts at the question where living neurons, and here are illustrations of how they look like, these living neurons, how they biologically learn that information processing. Neurons are special compared to most other cells in your body. First, because they live throughout your entire life, hopefully. And second, because they're not only locally interacting with their nearest neighbors, but they have these cables. And these cables are amazingly huge. It's about 100,000 kilometers of cables. It's just a cubic centimeter of your cortex, so it wires a few times around the world if you would put all the neuron cables into a row. In total, it's about 80 billion neurons in your brain. I always compare that to society. Society has 10 times fewer people. Think of your own brain as 10 times larger than society here in the world. And what's special, the special thing is that they have these cables for sending signals and receiving signals, and they can really decide to whom they send and from whom they receive information. And they must decide that based purely on local interaction. And it is the co-activation of two neurons. Let's say there's an apple neuron and there might be a banana neuron. If they're co-activated, they might strengthen their connection, which means once the apple is activated, you might also think about the banana, very abstractly speaking. So this is one of the fundamental principles of how, in the end, the statistics of the world most likely is learned, but we are not sure about that yet. There's still a lot of work to do. And one of the challenges, it's a more mathematical challenge, is that experimentally, we would love to know the activity of these 80 billion neurons, but we simply don't know. And the subsampling, so how to infer properties of the full system from just a small part, this is one of the mathematical problems that I challenged during my, a few years ago, I would say. So it's a almost 10-year endeavor now. So only a tiny fraction of all the neurons or agents can be sampled. Nonetheless, we want to know how the entire system works. And that subsampling problem is common not only to the brain, it's common to many complex living systems where we have many interactions. Think of COVID. The dark figure was also considerable. We want to make inference about the full system, and we developed a subsampling theory that allows us, for example, to know if there's a spread of activity in the neural network, to know what now is the R value, the reproduction number, to know what is the R value of the brain, even if we only sample a minute fraction of the entire brain. In principle, if the brain was homogeneous, like they are sometimes in our nice models, if it was homogeneous, it would be sufficient to record the activity of a single neuron to know what is the R value of spreading in the entire network. Why is it? Because the return times tell you something about the waves of internal spread. And the statistics of the return times, and that's what we proved analytically, can tell us what are the R value, the spatial spreading in that entire network. So we basically go from space to time and back, and then know something relatively fundamental. Why are we interested in something like the R value of the brain? Who thinks the R value of the brain should be larger than 1? This is the first choice. You have to raise your hand. Who thinks it should be smaller than 1, and who thinks it's about 1? So I ask this again. Who thinks it's larger than 1? Who thinks it's smaller? Who thinks it's exactly 1? Who doesn't have a brain? Come on. I can turn around so no one sees it. Well, my students always raise hands. They know how to do that roughly. But the idea is, if you would have an R value larger than 1, you would have exponential growth of activity. Most of you don't want to have that, at least not for longer time, except for maybe briefly transiently. If it's smaller than 1, then activity would always stay out exponentially. Any external perturbation would be forgotten very, very quickly. So what one wants to balance the stability and sensitivity in a sense, and wants to be relatively close to exactly of an R value of 1. What happens at the R value of 1? We have properties in a system that are very similar to transitions between order and chaos, stability, instability, absorbing your active states. We have a phase transition, that's what we call it in physics. Here's a nice, more artistic illustration. What we need for the brain is neither too small nor too large of an R value, but R value very close to 1, because it means activity, whatever external influence, comes into the network and really propagates in very diverse but also very heterogeneous manners. We need both the order at times, we need the novel ideas, the chaotic dynamics at other times, but in the end, it's very close to a critical point. That's what I've been doing. We could give, as the very first people in the field, an R value, and now this has been confirmed by many, many people in the field, that it's around 0.98-ish, if you want to know the magic number. 0.98 means about 2% of your brain activity in cortex is external, and 98% are thinking internally, which is reasonable, I think. Well, with this understanding, how to go from forming a model to the world, to understanding the balance between stability, instability, in a neural network, you might understand that if you understand such spread of activity, we can also put it a bit into parallels with spread of a virus in a society. And if you put side-to-side neural networks in human brains and societal dynamics, it's actually not too different if you really boil it down. Social network on Earth, I would say, is of similar size, 10 times smaller. The brain has about 1,000 connections per neuron, so thousands of synapses per neuron. You might have a few hundred contacts. I guess many of you are one of these hubs with more a few thousand contacts. But, well, on average, people have maybe a few hundred contacts, many of them being rather weak, some of them being really strong. We see the same pattern, actually, in the brain. The structure is very modular. The interactions are non-local. Many of them are local, some are really non-local. The connections, both in the brain and in the societal network, they come, they mature, but they also fade away again. We have this really in both of these two networks, so mathematically there's quite a bit of similarity in these ever-changing two types of systems. So this is the reason why we are putting them side by side and investigating their emergent information and also partly disinformation spread. So how does activity spread in a network? The most simple paradigmatic model would be the one like almost a virus also in society. There might be a start that leads to a chain of infection, a chain of information. Think of social media. It can be a chain of message being forwarded. This very basic idea of branching out is something we find throughout the sciences. It actually has been defined 150-ish years ago by Galton and Watson, who asked a very important question, will my family name die out? And they wanted to calculate that based on a random number. The random number presented the number of sons that they had potentially for their families. And then they could mathematically prove under which conditions their family name might die out and under which not. And it turns out that one of the real important defining parameters is what we call the R value in the COVID-19 pandemic. So it gives you hopefully a bit of an idea how investigating activity spread, among other things, in neural networks, led us to suddenly investigate viral spread in contact networks. This is how ChatGPT drew that a few years ago, the brain and the virus. What it tells us also is a very general story. It tells us that strong and independent basic research, like we did it, I mean, who cares about the R value of the brain? That strong and independent basic research very suddenly can be crisis prevention. Why? Because us in Germany were almost the only ones doing epidemiological research. Then in 2020, no one else was doing it. We don't know what the next crisis will be. It can be anything. It's very difficult to prepare. But I'm pretty sure that if we continue to have very strong basic science and independent science, and at the Max Planck Institute, I had the luxury to just literally shift my entire research field from one to the new topic, then we'll also have, again, people who will work on crisis mitigation the next time. So strong, independent basic research is a strong crisis prevention, no matter what crisis will come. During the pandemic, we did quite a bit of practical research, I would say. It's very practical. I would almost call it engineering-like research. You know, as physicists and theoretical physicists, especially, we love this more abstract, less useful stuff. So for once, we did something useful. We quantified the effectiveness of interventions. We estimated underreporting. We found tipping points when it comes to test, trace, isolate, vaccination progress. And actually, we also looked at the Soccer Cup of the Euro 2020 that was shifted to 2021. And we could show how much the R value was literally increasing on the days of the matches. England had up to +3 R value on the days of the finals. Why? Because people meet in pubs and privately. And more context means higher R value. It also shows you the R value is something very dynamic. It depends on the number of contacts you have. And the Soccer Cup also had this beautiful, scientifically seen, beautiful feature of a gender imbalance. So from the gender resolved data, we could, for every European country, infer how much additional infections and also additional death, not only at the days proper, but also in the infection chains, were basically caused or attributed to the soccer. So this is what we did on the side. But what really drove my interest is the pandemics and the behavior, because no matter what measure you have, no matter what meetings, at the end, it depends what people are doing from them. So a policy never has a effectiveness. A policy always is communicated to a population. The population then does whatever with that policy. So that is the core interest I have. And to get to that, it's something where we have very little quantitative data. To get to that, my urge was to put together the transdisciplinary knowledge that we have from Europe. What we did back then is to try from every European country to find and write to a few random experts that we found on PubMed, looking who has been saying something about the COVID-19 pandemic, no matter which background. It was virology, sociology, epidemiology, economy. It was teaching. It was very broad fields. And we tried really to cover also all the countries, especially because from, let's say, Romania to Lithuania, from Portugal to Sweden, we had extremely different policies. And learning from these people's experience is what we wanted to put together. Not only the different disciplines, but also the different European countries. And everyone who lived here, either in Denmark or Sweden or Norway, knows how different already in these small scale distances pandemic policies have been. So we put together that, and I'm very proud that everyone who kind of answered and had the time to contribute stayed in the team of authors. This is something I found very important, because if there's a dissent, I think it's important to listen to it and try to find its origin. Let me give you one of the examples. We had the statement in the testing helps. And there was a quarrel starting. No, testing really doesn't help, the one group said, and the other person said, yeah, sure, testing helps. Only when we properly defined that, the problem was solved. It was solved in the direction of testing alone isn't sufficient to mitigate the pandemic. But obviously testing helps, for example, if you want to meet vulnerable people, and it contributes. And with that redefinition, or being more precise on the assumptions behind a statement, this could be solved. And it's only one of the many examples. And bringing together that many people who really talked seriously about the potential principles, I think helped everyone to understand the pandemic a tiny bit better. So we strive for consensus. We try to quantify the uncertainty. And we tried to also include a dissent if there was some. What we then developed to bridge between basic research, which can be very abstract, and then political application, is to develop different alternative scenarios. If we do X, then the consequences will be Y. So we put a number of different scenarios next to each other and basically presented them to policymakers and society in the end. Like Annette says, the basic principle, I think, of science communication is to at least very clearly differentiate. This is a scientific basis. These are potential scenarios, but the decision is something of society and politics. There's a series of papers that we wrote jointly in autumn, winter 2020, 2021, and they are still online. Actually, in Germany and also internationally, many scientists signed them very quickly. We have, they're still online on the Contain COVID website. In Germany, I think that's one of the few, but that's only for the Germans, that's one of the few things where both Christian Drosten and Henrik Streeck agreed on. So even the opposing voices of German public sphere signed this paper, which I'm very proud about. Well, these position papers are a lot of work, and I think indirectly they taught me and others quite a bit about how to do science communication. I came into that very naive. I did hardly do any science communication before the pandemic, and it threw me into the cold water. I didn't know any of the unwritten rules. I didn't have any principles. I didn't know how to literally fight some of the questions that journalists would give me. They were asking me about anything. Would you close schools? Or what do you think about the decision of one or the other politician? How do you deal with that? I guess you're all very experienced, but I was not at the time. And that brought me and also another larger team of the Junge Akademie of Germany, the Young Academy of the Leopoldina and BBAW, to write a guide to science communication, which is in English and in German. It's a bit from the German perspective, but it should help anyone being relatively new from a scientific perspective to get oriented in science communication. And the first half are principles. The second half are very practical advices like get your quotes autorisiert, authorized. That's something we do in Germany. I think it's a very good idea, especially with science communication, because it's not in science communication about knowing from us something that others wouldn't know yet, like you might want from a politician. But we as scientists want to share everything we know. We have a problem rather with misunderstanding than with not sharing our knowledge. And therefore, I think the authorization of quotes is a very good idea. So what are these principles? One of them is exactly the idea of ideally at least being aware of where the boundaries and borders of your own expertise are. If one talks about one's own research, one knows all the pitfalls. The farther away the specialization, the more one might fall into common misunderstandings. So at least, I don't say don't communicate about other people's fields, but be aware of the borders of your own knowledge. And maybe, if you want still to communicate elsewhere, put it into relation and tell the journalist or the public, look, this is not my core expertise, but from my understanding. Thereby you can put it a bit into relation. Is it your core expertise or is it a bit farther away? I must say during the COVID pandemic, I was strongly annoyed by virologists saying something about case number prediction if they didn't even know basic math, because it was plain wrong, but they, or some of them had a certain self-confidence there, but I tried not to say at least something about virology, no matter how much I had read about it. A second point I already mentioned a bit is this point of how do you separate things ideally, and that's really my ideal. We try to find what's the state of knowledge and also delineate what is the uncertain areas and also mention what is unrealistic. I mean, there's really unrealistic assumptions. And sometimes they're used for odd argumentation. Then there are values in society. This is a natural science perspective, probably. There's a better term for that in English. But Werte in a way that determine what, Werte and Normen that determine in a way what society might want. So ideally, this is the part that we as scientists do. This is what guides, partly at least, how the weighting of the different interests then should be done. And that is clearly a job of politics and society. So these are the ideas we very basically put forward to guide someone who is new in science communication to be able to separate one from the other also in their communication. This is what we know. This is where we are uncertain. And, well, you as society has to do whatever you prefer with that. The practical points are including a checklist, like how to prepare for an interview. And you're welcome to take this German or English version and put it on any of your websites. This is Creative Commons. The more you copy it, the better. Anyone, at least foreign, coming to Germany, doing communication in Germany might find this useful, hopefully, and if not, well, then let us know, please. Now, with this, I hopefully gave you a bit of an idea of how my tour de force from neural networks of human brains, social dynamics, and viral spread has brought me to the point where I am now. I would like to say a few words about what we are currently investigating. We are currently investigating, for example, the spread of mis- and disinformation on Telegram. Why do I say, for example, Telegram is one of the platforms that are easily accessible. What my team did is to download basically all of accessible Telegram, which is 2.4 billion messages for the first time. We have quantitatively this diverse information that is out there in the network. It allows us not only to see the current snapshot, but also the development of information spread in the past few years. And with that data, we do both. We do network analysis and try to understand how information, disinformation is spreading. We also facilitate in the sense of giving this type of data to people who do the qualitative research, but don't have the means to read themselves through 2.4 billion messages by keyword search and really advanced data science methods. We can easily find the most relevant post for them. And we have now a number of collaborations for people who want to work on the data set. So there we are the data facilitators. Again, my expertise is in network dynamics. If it's about hate speech, if it's about vaccination discussion, this is what our colleagues do. What do? We find very general spreading dynamics. We do find something that maybe is more interesting to statistical physicists, but we also find very quantitatively the following. If you think about the probability that something goes viral, and that's in blue, you see the blue axis here, And here's the quality index of a message. Quality in terms of reliability, there's a NewsGuard score that quantifies it. It's not us who invented that goal, you can criticize it. But what you very clearly see, no matter how much noise there is, the blue curve tells you that this range of low quality, low reliability news on Telegram spreads about twice as much as everything else. This is something we can quantify. The next question is then why? The interesting part in Telegram is that many of the messages can be commented via some emoji, and here are the emojis that make your message spread more. So if you see that figure, just write, and you want that your message goes viral, just make sure that people will give such emotional comment, so to say. That gives us at least a hint that the more controversial emoji reactions give a higher or are correlated with higher likelihood to go viral. And this is how maybe you want to become successful on social media or not. It also tells us that with very dry research communication, it's a bit difficult for us. And that brings me to my very last point. I do think that it is not the task of scientists to do science communication. I've done it. It has cost me a lot of work. And I think a lot of people would have done it much better than me, especially science journalists. Actually, in the COVID pandemic, I was impressed by science journalists who knew the topic not only to a very similar depth like myself, but to a breadth that was probably 100 times wider than I did. Why? Because they didn't do anything else but talking to the leading scientists of the entire world and condensing that and putting that into great words. I love talking to them, not only because they wrote up what I said in a much nicer and much more understandable manner, but also because they were my source to ask them, what about the new strains, what about vaccination development, and so on. They were my experts during the COVID pandemic. I would like to learn from that experience and advocate strongly for a more specialized science journalism. And I think we wouldn't need much money for that in Europe if we would basically foster that specialized, I would call it in-depth science journalism. Nothing where one person covers health, but let's say something where one person covers immune therapies, or one person heart-related diseases, or maybe energy system, or name it, AI and ethics. Why would that help? I think it would help not only reaching the breadth of society. No, we are trying this. You are trying that, many of you, I guess. But we are talking to our bubble most of the time. Who of you has been reaching people who don't have a university degree regularly? And we are staying in our bubble. These people can make formats where we don't have the time to develop that. And I'm also not good at it. I'm not efficient at it. I would love other people to take over a large part. These people could become experts for politics, education, industry, and even to science. I would immediately and perfectly invite such a person to our specialized science conference. Why? That person could give us a great overview and maybe even identify novel hypotheses, because they have this overview. They're not burdened by research and grant writing and reviewing and name it. Last but not least, think about AI systems. They are confabulating partly, and partly they're really good. These experts could be also those who are checking whether the AI system is on the right or more on the wrong side. How much would we need? That's probably a guess, maybe 20, maybe 100 people in Europe, and they would cover already a lot of foci and maybe reach the breadth more than we do at the moment. So that was my small advocation as a naive person. I'm not, I should say this maybe, this is not my area of specialization. This is only my subjective experience. I've been discussing that with many people, how to put that forward potentially with also foundations. Maybe we are getting there soonish. Nonetheless, I should say this is my side track. My core track is understanding spreading dynamics, information flow learning, and infogenesis and neural networks. With the pandemic, I've learned that a pandemic can't be understood without behavior and infodemics. So the entangled spread of information and disease is something we have been trying to disentangle. The regulation and self-stabilization is quite intriguing. Think of many of yourself or others. If case numbers are high, people reduce context most of the time, and vice versa. This leads to quite chaotic dynamics in the case number development. And well, the spread of disinformation on social networks has some similarities. So the goal is to understand self-regulation and misregulation in neural and also in social networks. That now brings me back to Madame de Staël. Why? Because I'm literally thinking of whether I have to go to exile in future as well. Because this is research. I mean, I've been under attack during the COVID pandemic extremely. I still get emails that tell me that I'll be in front of trial once the politics changes in Germany and the right politicians are in power. And I do wonder whether I will have a nice castle I don't have yet, so if someone has, where I can then find a nice place in exile at least. And what makes me positive about is I decided to continue that research. I have a great team in Göttingen and Europe. What makes me positive is that in the end, Germaine de Staël had to be in exile about 10 years, and then the problem of Napoleon was also over. In that sense, I hope she had a good time there, and I would hope that it's not more than 10 years for me either. With this, I really should thank the group who did most of the work, and I thank you very much for this award and your attention.
Thank you very much for this really inspiring, fantastic lecture. And if anybody of you would like to test her communication skills, so it's a time for 1-2 questions. So if anybody would like to ask, please go ahead, so you will be tested.
Shall I speak without? Yeah. So thank you very much. I'm Michael Rösner from the Austrian Academy of Sciences. I wanted to make just one remark and then put you one question. One remark as for your idea that we need good science journalists. Because in my academy we had an evening with science journalists speaking about that. And the problem is that almost all the important newspapers reduce the science field, and they don't use anymore a group of 2 or 3 experienced journalists, but they want to take students or somebody just and freelancers just for one and the other thing. So if you really want that, I think it's us as the scientific institutions who would have to think about that and to offer jobs for communicators on our side. But the question I wanted to put on you is perhaps a more difficult one. I mean, the pandemic is over, but the consequences are still alive, and these are the most important let's say, problems we have to face as scientists, and that is practically we lost confidence. We lost confidence of the people, and for instance, in my country, the party with most seats in parliament asks for revenge for what has been done to the people by a tyrannic state, like a Napoleon, imposing to them vaccinations and lockdowns and these things, and that now we have to, for the next 10 years, to do good what the harm we have done. And the responsibles are the politicians and the scientists. And the idea is that politics and science works always together, and it is always let's say, not really in the interest of the people. What can we do to end this pandemic?
Let me start with the first point. So I do fully agree that we should consider as universities, maybe also as academies, whether to put a fraction, being it 10%, being it 30% of our public, what is it called, outreach budget into science communication. Imagine, instead of having a press release where it says, oh, these people from these institutions did something, then it's specialized in the end says, and by the way, this helps eternal peace and cancer and everything at the same time. I mean, this is how a press release most of the time is written and then not read. How about putting a fraction of that budget into science communication, professional science communication, in-depth science communication? I think we would all profit, even with generating new hypotheses. And there are a few freelancers who do that. The person who wrote the book Blue is one of them. He's very much specialized in virology and writes books on the one hand, writes for science, op-eds and the like. There is a room, at least a small room, but we should really widen it. About the second point, I have a very easy answer, which is, well, I'm a physicist, and it's very much a politic and sociology question, and I would love to know the answer. If anyone has them, I'm happy to do so. We are thinking about formats, about how to talk to people. Something I would like to stress is that the trust in science, if one measures it, however reliable that is, was around 80% before the pandemic. It increased a bit, and now it's back to about 80%. It's more that the division is stronger. Those people who trust more. Those who trust less. Actually, the number of people believing in conspiracy theories is fewer, but those who believe in it are much stronger advocates. So there's a stronger opinion, and not a kind of a divide in these two groups. And last but not least, I wonder whether the pandemic was the cause or rather the catalyst, but it's also more sociology and politics question. If I knew what to do, I would do it. What we do is we start to investigate societal dynamics on social media, because that's where we have the data. That's where I think complexity perspective can really help. And we do hope that with already communicating about that, being aware of fake news, being aware about this, it's often not even disinformation, but it's about selected information that gives a certain perspective. This one example of someone from a certain group doing something bad, instead of representative checking whether that is representative or not. This is where people have to get educated and be more aware of, I think, because many people, I think, are reasonable, hopefully. Let's hope it's the majority. The small thing that gives me hope, think about the 30s in Europe. A fraction of countries became fascist, another fraction of countries did not. So I think there's a small margin of hope that not everyone tips over.
So I think we are among those reasonable people, and I think it's time to close this session is approaching. Please be assured that now, as a member of ALLEA family, you will be defended by us if anything happens. So it's my great pleasure now that to hand over the Madame d'Astel prize to you, yeah. And that's wonderful, and you can hand over this. Yeah, that's for you. Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And I hope you will stay with us as a part of ALLEA. And there are some housekeeping information. Marie-Louise, please. And that will be the over of today's meeting, and we'll meet again tomorrow. But we'll still have some pleasant things to do this evening.
Thank you. And this has been a long day. Some of you traveled already this morning, some of you from yesterday. Thank you for keeping with us here to the end, and congratulations. So the next important event for you is 7 o'clock dinner. And dinner is upstairs where you also had lunch, and they are preparing it now, and you should look forward to it. But in the meantime, you have different options. So either you relax, you can sit here in the library, do emails, things that scientists do. You could also go out and explore the city. The Tivoli Gardens are right there. You want to go a little bit on your own. You could also go back to your hotel, check in, have a rest. Or if you want to have a little city tour and see a little city tour of the academy, you can meet me in this room 5:45. And then together we will walk out and have a quick tour here in the academy, out in the city. I will show you some highlights of science and TV shows and Danish history. We'll have a little drink on the way and then be back at 7. So it's up to you, but see you all at 7 for the ALLEA dinner.
Okay.